Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson dawn spilled across the ruins of Silveredge, like blood seeping through a bandage. What had once been a prosperous trading post nestled in the valley between the elven silverleaf forest and the dwarven iron mountains was now nothing more than charred timber and scattered stone. Wisps of smoke still curled from blackened beams, and the scent of ash mingled with something far more sinister, a cloying sweetness that spoke of dark magic. Thorin Shieldsteel moved through the devastation with practiced precision, his heavy boots leaving clear imprints in the soot-covered ground. The dwarf's braided beard was tucked into his belt, and his weathered face, etched with the stories of 100 battles, remained impassive despite the horror surrounding him. Yet his eyes, amber like the heart of a forge, missed nothing as he knelt to examine a strange crystalline residue that sparkled with an unnatural purple light. "Not dragon fire," he muttered to himself, running a calloused finger across the substance. "Nor goblin work." The residue burned against his skin, leaving a momentary glow before fading. Thorin's frown deepened beneath his helm. King Grimhammer would need to know of this peculiar magic. A whisper of movement caught his attention, a sound so slight that only his battle-honed senses could have detected it. Thorin's hand moved to Oathkeeper, the ancient warhammer slung across his back as he turned toward the source of the disturbance. There, perched upon a fallen column with the grace of autumn leaves upon water, sat an elf. Her silver-white hair cascaded down her back like moonlight on a clear night, and her armor, forged of enchanted silver steel, caught the morning light in ripples of blue and gold. A longbow of white ash rested in her lap, an arrow already nocked. "Strange to find a dwarf so far from the embrace of stone," she said, her melodic voice carrying clearly despite its softness, "especially one who moves with such careful intent." Thorin did not release his grip on Oathkeeper. "I might say the same of an elf who watches from shadows rather than announcing herself properly." He squared his shoulders, standing to his full height, impressive for a dwarf, though still a head shorter than the elf. "I am Thorin Shieldsteel, Sentinel of the Iron Guard, sent by King Grimhammer to investigate this atrocity." The elf's emerald eyes narrowed slightly. "Araniel Starshadow, Ranger of the Silverleaf Court, Queen Elindra also seeks answers." She rose in a fluid motion that betrayed centuries of martial training. "Though I wonder if your king sends you to investigate, or to eliminate evidence of dwarven involvement." Thorin's laugh was harsh as mountain stone. "And I wonder if your queen sent you to plant evidence blaming my people." He gestured to the destruction around them. "This benefits neither mountain nor forest. A third party seeks to divide us." "On that much, we agree," Araniel conceded, though her bow remained ready. "The villagers here, both dwarf and elf, lived in rare harmony." "Then perhaps we might set aside ancient prejudices long enough to discover the truth," Thorin suggested, though his tone suggested he found the prospect unlikely. Araniel tilted her head, studying him with the patience of one who measures time in centuries rather than decades. Finally, she lowered her bow. "Very well, Sentinel Shieldsteel. Let us begin at the center of the village. They worked in uneasy tandem through the morning, cataloging evidence of the attack. The destruction had been systematic and complete. Not a single building left standing, not a single survivor to be found. Yet there were no bodies, only strange rune-marked circles scorched into the earth where victims had fallen. By midday, they had reached the village square, where a massive oak tree, once the pride of Silveredge, now stood twisted and blackened, its branches contorted into unnatural shapes that seemed to reach towards some unseen horror. This was the epicenter, Araniel whispered, reaching out to touch the bark. She recoiled instantly as whispers filled her mind, ancient, malevolent voices speaking in a language that predated even elven memory. "What did you see?" Thorin demanded, noting her reaction. "Nothing to concern a dwarf," she responded automatically, the words flowing from centuries of ingrained distrust. Thorin's patience, never abundant, evaporated. "Enough! Children lie dead here, dwarf and elf alike." "Whatever you sensed may save others." Their argument escalated rapidly, decades of racial tension bubbling to the surface. Words became threats, threats became drawn weapons. Araniel's bow against Thorin's hammer, a tableau as old as their people's, enmity. The first blow was struck when Thorin deflected an arrow with his hammer's haft, lunging forward with surprising speed. Araniel spun away, drawing a curved blade from her belt. They clashed in a dance of steel and skill, neither gaining advantage, until their weapons locked, bringing them face to face, arms straining. That's when both noticed something extraordinary, identical marks on each other's wrists, revealed as armor shifted during combat. Spiral patterns that seemed to pulse with an inner light, intricate runes forming a perfect circle. The shock caused them to separate, weapons lowered but not sheathed. "That mark," Thorin breathed, eyes wide with disbelief. "How came you by it?" Araniel's composure faltered for the first time. "I have borne it since birth. The elders said it was a blessing from the Star Mother. And mine, a gift of the Stone Father, or so I was told," Thorin replied, extending his wrist to show the identical marking. A tremor passed through the ground beneath them, subtle but unmistakable. The twisted tree groaned, and from its hollow center, a crystalline object fell, an ancient amulet split perfectly in two halves. With trembling hands, they each retrieved one piece. When brought together, the halves joined seamlessly, revealing an image neither could deny, an elven princess and a dwarven general standing united against a shadowy figure. "The Forbidden Union," Araniel whispered, recalling ancient legends. General Barador and Princess Elindria, whose love was condemned by both kingdoms during the Shadow War. "The twins of prophecy," Thorin continued, his voice hollow with realization, "born of star and stone, separated at birth to prevent the awakening." He couldn't finish the sentence. "When the children of stars and stone reunite, the Lord of the Abyss shall awaken," Araniel quoted, the ancient prophecy suddenly, terribly clear. The ground shook more violently now. From the depths of the twisted tree emerged a swirling vortex of darkness, coalescing into a shadowy figure with eyes like dying stars. At last came a voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. "After millennia imprisoned by your ancestors, sacrifice, the children of the Forbidden Union have returned to set me free." "Azathor," they whispered in horrified unison. The shadow grew, feeding on their shock and dismay. "Yes, the god-demon of the void, bound by the blood of your parents and their parents before them, a chain of sacrifice and deception spanning generations, all undone by your meeting." The truth crashed over them like an avalanche. They had been kept apart deliberately, raised in ignorance of their shared heritage, pawns in an ancient game to keep Azathoth imprisoned. As the shadow expanded, terrible visions assailed them both, armies marching from mountain and forest, manipulated by Azathoth's whispers, converging on the ruins of Silver Edge for a final, catastrophic battle that would feed his power. Our peoples march to war even now, Thorin realized with growing horror. This village was just the beginning, the spark to ignite ancient hatreds. And when they slaughter each other here, their deaths will complete his liberation, Araniel added, her ranger's senses already detecting the distant rumble of approaching forces. They stood together, dwarf and elf, brother and sister, facing a choice that would determine the fate of both their kingdoms. The amulet between them pulsed with ancient power, the legacy of their parents, forbidden love and ultimate sacrifice. They separated us to prevent this moment, Thorin said, gripping his warhammer with renewed purpose. But perhaps together we are the key to ending it, Araniel finished, understanding dawning in her eyes. The shadow of Azathoth laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling. Your ancestors tried and failed. Their blood merely imprisoned me. What hope have you, half-breeds, neither fully of stone nor star? But Thorin and Araniel were no longer listening to his taunts. The matching marks on their wrists had begun to glow with an inner light, not the purple corruption of Azathoth's magic, but a pure radiance that spoke of something older and more fundamental. Blood of two worlds, Thorin said, meeting his sister's gaze with newfound certainty. And dear neither dwarf nor elf alone, Araniel continued, but something greater than both. They clasped hands over the reunited amulet, and the ground beneath Silver Edge trembled once more, not with Azathoth's corruption, but with power flowing from deep within the earth and down from the stars above. In the distance, war horns sounded as the armies of mountain and forest approached the valley from opposite directions. Time was running short. We have a choice, Araniel said, looking toward the forests where her elven kin approached. Loyalty to the kingdoms that raised us, or to the truth of who we are, Thorin finished, glancing toward the mountain path where dwarven war drums echoed. The shadow of Azathoth writhed between them, growing more substantial with each passing moment. But so too did the light emanating from their joined hands and the ancient amulet between them. There is another prophecy, Araniel whispered, remembering words spoken in secret by her elven mentor on her 100th name day, one kept hidden from the records. What was sundered by fear shall be joined by choice. Thorin nodded, recalling similar words carved into the deepest chamber of the ancestral halls. And what was bound by sacrifice shall be freed by love. As the armies crested the hills on either side of the valley, what they witnessed was not the expected battlefield, but a column of light rising from the ruins of Silver Edge. A perfect fusion of starlight and earthglow, spiraling around two figures standing back to back. A dwarf and an elf, brother and sister, children of two worlds, their weapons raised not against each other, but against the shadow that had manipulated both peoples for millennia, and between them, a choice that would rewrite the destiny of both their kingdoms. Story 2. The skies above the shattered isles bled crimson as Lumina and Umbra, the twin moons that had circled Eldervale since time immemorial, aligned for the first time in a millennium. Their combined light cast an eerie glow across the jagged coastline, turning the churning sea below into a cauldron of liquid rubies. Atop the highest peak of the farthest isle stood a tower of twisted obsidian and pearl, its architecture defying both gravity and reason, spiraling upward like a frozen scream. Within these walls, Archmage Veril watched the celestial convergence with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. His silver hair cascaded down his back like a frozen waterfall, contrasting with robes woven from midnight silk and constellation thread. Once he had stood at the right hand of elven kings, his counsel sought by the noblest houses of the Silverwood realm. Now, exile was his kingdom, solitude his only subject. "So it begins again," he whispered, long fingers tracing patterns in the air. The symbols glowed briefly before dissipating into mist. "Away 1,000 years of penance, undone in a single night." The tower trembled, not from the foundations but from within, as if the very stones remembered what he fought to forget. From a crystal case upon the wall, a faint humming emanated. The sound grew louder, more insistent, until Veril could ignore it no longer. With reluctant steps, he approached the case and gazed upon the orb of Memoria, a gift from a time when his heart had not been so carefully guarded. Within its depths, shadows moved, not reflections, but harbingers, far across the veiled sea. In the ancient dwarven stronghold of Khazak-Dûm, these same shadows spilled from beneath doors and between the cracks of mountain stone. They twisted through the great halls like living ink, touching sleeping forms with tendrils of darkness. Those who were touched awakened with eyes of midnight and purpose not their own. Deep in the lowest workshop of the mountain, young Elindra Stoneheart worked by lamplight, her hands steady despite the distant screams that echoed through the ventilation shafts. Around her, ancient runes were carved into every surface, wards against what she knew was coming. Her apprenticeship under Runemaster Thrain had prepared her for many things, but not for this night. "They've breached the upper chambers," came a gruff voice from the doorway. Thrain's beard was singed, his arm bleeding from a jagged cut. The Queen herself has fallen." Elindra's hands tightened around the object on her workbench, a dodecahedron of pure crystal, each facet inscribed with runes older than the mountain itself. The Oracle of Twilight, said to reveal truths hidden even from the gods. "Then we've no choice," she said, her voice steadier than her heart. "The texts speak of only one who might understand this curse." Thrain's eyes widened. "You cannot mean the elven archmage, Veril. He who caused this calamity 1,000 years ago? He is anathema to our kind." And yet, Elindra carefully wrapped the oracle in cloth of gold. "The prophecy names him both bringer and ender. The path is clear, Master Thrain." A crash sounded from above, followed by the unnatural silence that had claimed so many chambers already. "Go!" Thrain commanded, drawing an axe inscribed with luminous sigils. "I will hold them here, find the exile, remind him of his debt to both our peoples." Before she could protest, the old dwarf shoved a weathered map into her hands and pushed her toward a hidden panel in the wall. "The underground river will take you to the eastern coast. From there..." His voice faltered. "From there, may the Stone Fathers guide you." The last she saw of her master was his broad back as he faced the door, axe raised, ancient battle hymns rumbling from his throat. 3 weeks later, Elindra stood at the prow of the Waver Ida, a trading vessel whose captain had been persuaded, with gold and the promise of ancient dwarven metalwork, to venture near the forbidden Shattered Isles. The crimson moons hung overhead, seemingly frozen in their perfect alignment. "No closer," the captain warned, his weathered face grim. "The currents around those rocks have claimed more ships than all the sea serpents of the abyssal trench." Elindra nodded, adjusting the straps of her pack. The oracle pulsed against her back, warm even through layers of cloth and leather. "And I'll swim if I must." As if in answer to her determination, the sea before them parted, revealing a narrow causeway of black stone that rose from the depths. "Impossible," breathed the captain. "No," Elindra replied, already descending to the small rowboat Merle expected. The path led her to the base of the obsidian tower, which loomed larger and more impossible with each step. No doors marked its smooth surface, yet as she approached, a section of wall simply ceased to exist, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upward into darkness. At the top, she found him, tall and terrible in his beauty, a reminder of why elves were both revered and feared by her kind. The Archmage stood silhouetted against the blood-red sky, his back to her. "I felt your approach from the moment you left the mountain," he said without turning. His voice carried the weight of centuries, melodic yet sharp as honed steel. "What brings a daughter of stone to my doorstep, when your kind has cursed my name for a millennium?" Elindra stepped forward, unwrapping the oracle. It caught the crimson moonlight and fractured it into 1,000 points of brilliance. "This," she said simply, "is the shadow that now wears Queen Thorn's face as its mask." At this, Verrill turned, his expression a masterpiece of controlled anguish. "Thorn," he repeated, the name itself seeming to cause him physical pain. "Then the cycle is complete. You know of this curse. Know of it." A bitter laugh escaped him. "I released it, child of stone. 1,000 years ago, when pride and love blinded me to consequences." With a gesture, he summoned an image in the air between them, a younger Verrill standing alongside a beautiful dwarven woman whose elaborate beard was adorned with gems that caught the light like captive stars. "Queen Thorn," Elindra breathed, recognizing the royal insignia. But the histories say she died childless, betrayed by an elven sorcerer." "History is written by survivors," Verrill replied, dispersing the image with a wave, "and sometimes by cowards." He moved to a table laden with ancient texts and instruments of arcane significance. "We sought knowledge we should not have possessed. The alignment of the moons weakens the veil between worlds. We thought to harness that power, to bring prosperity to both our realms. Instead, you tore the veil." "Yes," his admission hung in the air between them. "The entity we awakened possessed Thorn first. I fled rather than strike her down. 1,000 years I've spent searching for atonement, for a way to undo what we did." Elindra placed the oracle on the table. "So then perhaps it's time to stop running." The crystal began to glow from within, projecting images of shadow-claimed dwarves and elves marching together toward the ancient site of Viridian, where the kingdoms of elf and dwarf had once met in peace. "The convergence glade," Verrill whispered, "where it all began." "The shadows grow stronger each night," Elindra said. "My people fall, one by one. And I've seen through scrying pools that the elven kingdoms fare no better." A new image formed in the oracle, King Solarian of the Silverwood, once Verrill's greatest rival, fighting a desperate battle against creatures of shadow with his remaining loyal subjects. Verrill's hands clenched. "Solarian would sooner execute me than accept my aid." "Perhaps," Elindra countered, "but he might accept mine." "And I go nowhere without you, Archmage." For the first time, a smile touched Verrill's ageless face. "You have your ancestors' stubborn spirit, little one. You knew my—" "Later," he cut her off, already gathering items into an enchanted satchel. "If we survive, I'll tell you of Durgan Stoneheart and how he once saved my life during the Troll Wars." The journey back to the mainland was fraught with peril. Shadow-touched leviathans rose from the depths to challenge their enchanted vessel. Storms, conjured by dark powers, sought to dash them against the cliffs. Yet Verrill's magic and Elindra's runic knowledge proved a formidable combination. They reached the shores of the Elven Kingdom as the Crimson Moons began their third cycle of alignment. The forest, once vibrant with life and magic, now stood silent and watchful. Leaves the color of dried blood hung limply from grey branches, and no birds sang among the boughs. "The corruption spreads faster than I feared," Veril murmured, tracing a symbol in the air that momentarily illuminated a path through the trees, a path lined with invisible watchers. At the forest's heart, they found not the grand elven citadel of legend, but a desperate encampment. Wounded warriors leaned on spears fashioned from broken blades. Children with haunted eyes clutched talismans of protection, and at the center, still proud despite his tattered regalia, stood King Solarian. His eyes widened at the sight of Veril, hand instinctively reaching for his sword. "Betrayer," he hissed. "Former friend," Veril corrected, making no move to defend himself. "I come not to seek forgiveness, but to offer aid." "We've lost the eastern groves," Solarian replied coldly. "My queen and youngest son fell 3 nights ago to creatures that wore their faces back to camp before revealing their true nature." "And more will follow," Elindra interjected, stepping forward with the oracle held high. "Unless we strike at the heart of the shadow." Solarian's gaze fell upon the dwarven woman, surprise momentarily overtaking his anger. "A stone heart," he observed. "Your grandfather once stood where you stand, advocating for peace when others counseled war. Then honor his memory by listening now," she urged. "The oracle shows us the path forward, but it requires what remains of both our peoples." Throughout the night, plans were laid. Scouts reported that the Shadow Army, comprised of turned elves and dwarves, marched not to conquer either kingdom, but toward the convergence glade. At their head walked Queen Thorn, her once kind features twisted in a mockery of life, her crown now formed of writhing darkness. "She leads them to the tear in the veil," Veril explained to the War Council, "where the boundary is already weakened. If they reach it during the final alignment, then all of Eldervale falls to shadow," Solarian finished grimly. The combined forces of elf and dwarf, the latter led by the few survivors of Khazad-dûm who had heeded Elindra's warning signals, set out at dawn. They moved through secret ways, avoiding the main host of the Shadow Army. When they reached the convergence glade, they found it transformed. The once verdant circle of ancient oaks now resembled a cage of twisted, blackened limbs. At the center stood an altar of obsidian that had not existed before, and upon it the spectral form of Queen Thorn awaited, her eyes pools of infinite darkness. "My love returns," she called, her voice a harmony of Thorn's musical tones, and something ancient and terrible beneath after all these centuries. Veril stepped forward, staff raised. Behind him, the combined forces of elf and dwarf formed a protective circle around Elindra, who had begun inscribing runes of containment upon the ground. "I face not my love," Veril replied, power gathering around him like a storm, but the parasite that wears her form. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations, had there been more left to sing of it. Shadow creatures poured from the woods by the hundreds. Elven archers fell, only to rise again as enemies. Dwarven warriors formed shield walls that buckled under waves of darkness. At the center of it all, Veril and the thing that had been Thorn dueled with powers that cracked the sky and shook the earth. Ancient words of unmaking clashed against spells that predated the founding of either kingdom. Elindra worked feverishly to complete her circle of runes, the oracle floating above her, its facets spinning faster with each completed symbol. King Solarian stood at her back, his legendary blade Dawnbreaker cleaving through shadows that threatened to interrupt her work. "It's done," she finally shouted above the chaos. Veril nodded grimly, driving the possessed queen back toward the center of the runic circle with a barrage of spectral flames. "Now, Archmage!" Solarian called, but Veril hesitated, looking into the face of the woman he had once loved enough to risk the world for. In that moment of weakness, a tendril of darkness shot forth, wrapping around his throat. "Still sentimental after all these years?" The creature within Thorn purred. "That was always your weakness." "No!" Veril gasped, dropping his staff to grasp the queen's hands instead. "It was my strength." With that, he pulled her fully into the runic circle. Elindra activated the oracle, which blazed with light that washed the battlefield in blinding radiance. "What are you doing?" the Shadow Queen hissed, trying to pull away. "What I should have done 1,000 years ago," Veril replied softly. "The prophecy says the breach can only be sealed by that which opened it." Understanding dawned in the creature's eyes. "You wouldn't. Love and pride tore the veil," Veril continued, holding her fast as the runes beneath them ignited one by one. "Sacrifice and acceptance shall mend it." He looked to Elindra, who watched in horror as the spell she had cast began to consume both figures at the center. "Tell them our story," Veril called to her as light engulfed him and the struggling queen. "All of it. So they don't repeat our mistakes." The oracle rose higher, spinning faster, until it shattered into 1,000 fragments that rained down upon the glade. Where each shard fell, shadow creatures dissolved into mist. The possessed warriors collapsed, the darkness fleeing their forms. At the center of the circle, where Veril and Thorn had stood, nothing remained but a pool of still water that perfectly reflected the twin moons above, no longer crimson, but restored to their natural silver and blue. Elindra approached this pool slowly, King Solarian at her side. Within its depths, they caught a fleeting image. Veril and Thorn, young again and hand in hand, walking together into a light too bright to behold. "What happens now?" Solarian asked quietly, looking around at the dazed survivors, both elf and dwarf, who slowly regained themselves. Elindra reached into the pool and retrieved a single fragment of the oracle, which glowed with gentle purpose in her palm. "Now," she said, "we rebuild together." Above them, the two moons began their slow journey apart, not to align again for another 1,000 years. Story 3. The forge beneath Mount Karazvorn blazed with an unearthly fire, casting long shadows across ancient stone walls adorned with runes of power that had not been spoken aloud for 1,000 years. Durin Ironforge stood before his anvil, sweat glistening on his weathered brow, his braided beard singed at the edges from decades spent capturing starfire and binding it to metal. His massive arms, corded with muscle that belied his 3 centuries of life, raised the hammer for one final strike. The metal beneath sang a note that echoed through the cavernous chamber, a sound like the birth of a storm, a sound that had no place in the world of mortal craft. "It is done," Durin whispered, his voice rough from the metallic dust that permeated the sacred forge. He lifted the hammer, Maelstrom, with reverence. Its head gleamed with impossible depths, as though the night sky had been captured in metal, tiny points of light shifting within like trapped constellations. The handle, carved from the heartwood of a tree struck 7 times by lightning, thrummed with power against his calloused palm. For 40 years he had labored in secret, gathering materials that existed only in ancient songs, ore from the core of a fallen star, silver from the deepest vein of Karazvorn, where the rock itself whispered forgotten secrets, and a single drop of blood from the last mountain dragon, given willingly in exchange for Durin's pledge that the hammer would never be used to harm the innocent. A pledge he feared he could no longer keep. Morning light spilled through crystal skylights as Durin climbed the 700 steps from the sacred forge to his private chambers. Maelstrom was wrapped in cloth, woven with protective wards, yet still it pulsed against his back like a second heartbeat. The Mountain King would receive it tomorrow at the Festival of Stone, ensuring the safety of the Dwarven realms for generations to come. Or so Durin believed, until he found his door ajar and his chambers ransacked. The cloth lay discarded on the floor, its protective wards shattered. Of Maelstrom, there was no sign. 3 moons had passed since that fateful morning. Durin's beard, once meticulously braided with gold and iron beads denoting his mastery, now hung wild and unkempt as he trudged through the Whispering Marsh. Rumors had led him here, to the borderlands where neither dwarf nor elf claimed dominion, a place of twisted trees whose bark resembled tortured faces, and waters that occasionally formed mouths to speak prophecies of doom. For a master craftsman, came a melodic voice from above, you move with all the subtlety of a wounded cave troll. Durin's hand flew to his traveling axe, eyes scanning the mist-shrouded canopy. A figure dropped silently before him, landing in a crouch that spoke of centuries of martial training. She rose with fluid grace, and even in the dim light, there was no mistaking her heritage. Silver-white hair that caught what little moonlight penetrated the marsh, eyes the color of summer leaves, and ears that tapered to delicate points. "Elf!" Durin grunted, neither lowering his axe nor advancing. "These marshes are dangerous for your kind, as they are for yours," she replied, her accent marking her as from the eastern Silverwood. A bough of white ash was slung across her back, alongside a quiver of arrows tipped with moon silver. "Yet here we both stand, dwarf." "I seek a thief," Durin said, seeing little point in deception. "But a mercenary who passed this way carrying something of great value." "Casimir," the elf said, her melodic voice hardening. "The human who now calls himself the Hand of the Shadow Emperor." Durin's grip tightened on his axe. "You know him." "I hunted him." Her eyes flashed with a hatred that matched the burning in Durin's own heart. 3 weeks ago, he led Imperial forces against my village. They carried a weapon I have never seen before, a hammer that called down lightning from clear skies and shattered our ancient wardstones like glass. "Maelstrom," Durin whispered, the name escaping him like a prayer. "My creation." The elf's eyes narrowed, her hand moving to an ornate dagger at her belt. "Your creation slaughtered my family, dwarf. It was meant to protect, not destroy." Durin lowered his axe slowly, shame weighing heavier than any armor. "I am Durin Ironforge, and I have come to reclaim what was stolen and right a terrible wrong." For a long moment she studied him, weighing truth against grievance in the manner of her kind. Finally, she inclined her head slightly. "I am a Larial Moonshadow, last of my house. It seems our paths align, however unwillingly." They made an unlikely pair as they traveled westward toward the Sea of Mists, beyond which lay the Shadow Emperor's domain. Elariel moved like the wind through the trees, while Durin's steady pace ate up miles with unwavering determination. They spoke little at first, the weight of ancient prejudices between their peoples creating a chasm wider than words could bridge. Yet adversity forges unlikely bonds. When cave drakes ambushed them in the Frostpeak Pass, they fought back to back, axe and bow, working in unexpected harmony. When fever took Durin after a venomous spider's bite in the Valewood, it was Elariel's knowledge of elven healing herbs that saved him, and when Imperial scouts nearly discovered their camp near the coastal city of Raven Harbor, Durin's skill at earth magic concealed them both beneath a shelf of stone. On the 20th night of their journey, As they made camp atop a cliff overlooking the churning sea of mists, Elariel finally asked the question that had hung between them since their meeting. How does a master dwarf craftsman create such a weapon without knowing its true power? Durin stared into the small fire, watching memories dance among the flames. I knew its power, he admitted. But not its purpose. From his pack, he withdrew a tattered scroll, the writings of Moran the Seer, who had lived during the First Age when the world was young and the barriers between realms were thinner. The runes on Maelstrom's head, Durin explained, speak of awakening what sleeps beneath. I believed it meant the ancient forge fires within the mountain, a source of power for my people. His voice grew heavy with realization. But the tremors that have followed the hammer's use tell a different story. Elariel took the scroll, her eyes widening as she translated the ancient script. This speaks of Gorgamoth, the Earth Titan, she whispered, a primordial being sealed beneath the continent after the War of the First Dawn, a being the Shadow Emperor now seeks to awaken, Durin finished grimly. Oh, with my hammer as the key. Dawn broke blood-red over the obsidian citadel, its twisted spires rising from the cliff face like the fingers of a drowning giant. Durin and Elariel crouched behind an outcropping of black rock, observing the patrols of shadow-cloaked guards whose movements spoke of minds no longer fully their own. The Emperor will perform the ritual at midnight, Elariel whispered, her keen eyes picking out the preparations in the central courtyard. When the 3 moons align, Durin nodded, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. Then we have until nightfall to breach the walls and reach the inner sanctum. Their plan was desperate but simple. Elariel would create a diversion at the eastern wall, while Durin used his stonecraft to open a passage beneath the western foundations. They would meet at the base of the central tower and ascend together to confront the Emperor and reclaim Maelstrom before the ritual could be completed. If I do not arrive, Durin said gravely, pressing an iron rune into Elariel's palm, destroy the hammer. Strike at the star metal core with a shaft of pure silverwood. She clasped his hand, centuries of mistrust momentarily forgotten. And if I fall, remember that elven arrows fly true even when guided by a dwarf's hand. They parted with no further words, each carrying the weight of 2 peoples' futures. The passage through the earth was dark and close, but to Durin it was as familiar as his own forge. The stones spoke to him in whispers only a master craftsman could hear, guiding his hands as he parted layers of basalt and granite. Above, he sensed movement, the pounding of feet as guards responded to Elariel's diversion. He emerged in a dimly lit chamber filled with strange artifacts, spoils from the Emperor's conquests. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of black marble, and upon it, Maelstrom. Even from a distance, Durin could see how it had changed. The trapped starlight within the metal now swirled angry and red, and the wooden handle had darkened as though scorched from within. Admiring your handiwork, Master Ironforge? The voice came from shadows that seemed to deepen and coalesce into the form of a man. The Shadow Emperor wore no crown, only a cloak that moved like liquid darkness around a frame once human, but now something else entirely. In his hand, he held a chain, and at the chain's end... Elariel, Durin breathed, seeing the elf bloodied but defiant, silver manacles binding her wrists. Your distraction was expected, the Emperor said, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. As was your arrival, craftsman. After all, the ritual requires blood of both dwarf and elf to complete. With a gesture, the Emperor summoned Maelstrom to his hand. The hammer moved through the air like a thing alive, trailing crimson light. Your creation is magnificent, he continued, running a hand along the handle. Do you know why it came to me so willingly? Because deep within its core, it knows its true purpose. Not to protect your mountains, but to break the ancient seals and awaken what sleeps below. The floor trembled beneath them, and from far below came a sound like the groaning of the world itself. He stirs already, the Emperor whispered reverently. Gorgamoth, who will remake this flawed world in fire and stone. Durin's mind raced. The tremors, the dreams that had guided his crafting, the strange affinity the hammer held for this place, all of it suddenly clear. He had been a pawn in a game millennia in the making. You are mistaken, Emperor, Durin said, stepping forward. Maelstrom was crafted for one purpose only, and that purpose is now revealed. Before the Emperor could react, Durin lunged forward, not toward the hammer, but toward Elariel. With a twist of his wrist, he shattered her manacles with his axe. Now, he shouted. Elariel, who had been gathering her strength for this moment, drew a hidden arrow from her sleeve, one tipped with a shard of crystal that glowed with inner light. In a single fluid motion, she knocked and loosed it, not at the Emperor, but at Maelstrom itself. The hammer's surface rippled as the arrow struck, ancient runes flaring to life along its length, not the corrupted symbols the Emperor had twisted to his purpose, but the original markings Durin had inscribed, runes of binding, sealing, and sacrifice. What have you done? The Emperor hissed as Maelstrom grew hot in his grasp. Durin met Elariel's gaze across the chamber, a lifetime of understanding passing between them in an instant. Oh, the hammer was never meant to awaken the Titan, Durin said quietly. It was crafted to ensure he remains bound for all eternity. With a roar of rage, the Emperor swung Maelstrom toward the ground, but the hammer froze mid-arc. From its surface, tendrils of starfire erupted, wrapping around the Emperor's form like chains of light. The price must be paid, Durin continued, stepping forward to grasp the hammer's handle alongside his enemy. A willing sacrifice of its creator's life, merged with the blood of both mountain and forest. Elariel moved to his side, placing her bleeding hand upon the hammer as well, to seal what should never be broken. The chamber filled with blinding light as Maelstrom's true purpose fulfilled itself. The Emperor screamed as the darkness was burned from his form, revealing the human he had once been. The foundations of the citadel shook, stones falling as the structure began to collapse. Go, Durin commanded Elariel, the hammer now fused to his flesh. Tell both our peoples what happened here. Tell them that the greatest works are those that bind rather than break. Tears glistened in Elariel's eyes, but she nodded, understanding the necessity of witness. As she fled the crumbling chamber, she looked back one final time to see Durin Ironforge, master craftsman of Karazvorn, descending into the earth with Maelstrom held high, taking the light of captured stars back to the darkness where it would stand eternal guard. The tales tell that on clear nights, when the three moons align, a constellation can be seen that appears nowhere in the ancient star charts. A perfect hammer of light, keeping watch over the world of elves and dwarves, a testament to sacrifice that transcended ancient hatreds and forged something stronger than even the finest star metal. Understanding. Story 4. The first drop fell like a tear upon Lyra Greenleaf's outstretched palm, crimson and viscous, catching the dappled sunlight that filtered through the ancient canopy. Above her, the majestic silverbarks of the eternal forest wept blood, their white trunks now streaked with rivulets of red that pooled among gnarled roots. The elven guardian stood frozen, her heart pounding a desperate rhythm against her ribs as a second drop fell, then a third, until the sacred grove echoed with the gentle patter of impossible rain. "What ails you, old friends?" she whispered, pressing her hand against the nearest tree. The connection that had always flowed between her and the forest, a symphony of life and growth that had guided her since childhood, now sent jolts of agony through her slender frame. The trees were screaming. Lyra's emerald eyes widened as she felt the corruption spreading beneath her feet, a shadow slithering through the intricate network of roots that connected all living things in the eternal forest. With the grace born of centuries patrolling these woods, she sprinted toward the heart of the realm, her footfalls silent upon the moss-covered ground, silver-white hair streaming behind her like a banner of moonlight. The elven court of Silverleaf rose before her, a magnificent sprawl of structures that seemed to grow from the forest itself. Spiraling towers of living wood reached toward the sky, connected by bridges of woven vines, adorned with blossoms that glowed with bioluminescent light. Normally, Lyra would pause to honor the ancient sentinels who guarded the entrance, but today she rushed past them, their startled expressions barely registering as she made her way to the Chamber of Seasons. Within the circular hall, the Elven Council sat in solemn deliberation, their ageless faces turned toward High Priestess Elindra as she spoke of the alignment of stars. All eyes shifted to Lyra as she burst through the ornate doors, her guardian's cloak spattered with crimson evidence of her discovery. "The forest bleeds," she announced, her voice carrying the weight of imminent catastrophe. From the whispering glades to the mirror pools, the silver barks weep red tears. Murmurs rippled through the gathered elves like wind through autumn leaves. High Priestess Elindra rose from her throne of intertwined branches, her ancient eyes, pools of wisdom that had witnessed the turning of ages, fixing upon the Guardian. "Then the dreams speak true," she said, her voice soft yet reaching every corner of the chamber. "The corruption has returned." 3 days later, Lyra stood before the great oak, the colossal tree that anchored the entire forest, with roots said to reach the very heart of the world. Even in the perpetual twilight of the forest's depths, the sickness was unmistakable. The mighty oak's bark had blackened in spreading patches, and its once vibrant leaves now hung limp and discolored. At its base, the pool of reflection, historically clear as diamond, now swirled with oily shadows. "The great oak sustains all magic within the forest," Elindra explained, her fingers tracing patterns in the corrupted water. "If it falls, the eternal forest will wither, and with it, our people." "How do we heal it?" Lyra asked, fighting to keep her voice steady as another wave of pain washed through her connection with the woodland. The High Priestess's expression grew grave. "There is but one remedy. Deep beneath the Iron Mountains lies the sacred forge of the Dwarves, where the fires have burned uninterrupted since the First Age. The flames born of Earth's heart are the only force powerful enough to purify such corruption." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "The Iron Mountains have been forbidden to our kind since the Great Schism. The Dwarves would sooner seal their halls than aid the forest." "Perhaps," Elindra agreed, "but we have no alternative. The corruption spreads rapidly. Already it reaches for the tributary groves. You must journey to Khazad-dûrn and seek audience with their king." "Why would they listen to me?" The High Priestess's gaze turned inward, as if seeing beyond the moment. "Because you carry something of both worlds, though you do not yet understand it." From around her neck, she removed a pendant, a crystal vial containing a swirling essence that glowed with silvery light. "When the moment comes, this will show the way." 7 days of hard travel brought Lyra to the foothills of the Iron Mountains, their jagged peaks tearing at the sky like the teeth of some primordial beast. The lush forest had given way to rocky terrain, where sparse, hardy vegetation clung stubbornly to life. As a guardian of the eternal forest, Lyra had never ventured this far from the embrace of trees. The open sky above made her feel vulnerable, exposed in ways she had never experienced. The entrance to the Dwarven kingdom was said to be hidden within the mountain's eastern face, marked only by runes visible during the equinox. With no such astronomical guidance available, Lyra followed the narrow game trails that wound through the foothills, her senses alert for any sign of Dwarven sentries. What she found instead was carnage. A mining outpost lay in ruins before her, the small collection of stone buildings cracked open like eggs. Massive claw marks scored the granite walls, and the ground was scorched in patterns that reminded Lyra of the corruption spreading through her forest. Of the Dwarven miners, there was no sign, save for abandoned tools and upturned carts laden with ore. Not a step further. Forest dweller? The voice came from above, gruff yet commanding. Lyra's hand moved to the curved blade at her hip, but she made no aggressive motion as she looked up to find a dwarf perched on a boulder, a crossbow trained on her heart. Despite his short stature, there was no mistaking the authority in his bearing or the quality of his armor. Mountain-forged steel inlaid with runes that glowed faintly blue. "I seek audience with your king," Lyra said, lowering her hood to reveal her features. "The eternal forest faces a threat that only Dwarven fire can counter." The dwarf's laugh held no humor. "Bold of you to seek aid, while your kind's magic ravages our outposts." "This was not elven doing," Lyra replied, gesturing to the destruction around them. "The same corruption that bleeds our trees has reached your mountains." Suspicion and curiosity warred in the dwarf's expression. After a long moment, he lowered his crossbow slightly. "I am Thorgan, son of King Thrain, Prince of the Iron Hall. If you speak true, then our realms face a common enemy. I am Lyra Greenleaf, guardian of the eternal forest, and yes, I believe we do." The journey into the heart of Khazad-dûrn was a descent into wonder. Massive caverns lit by crystalline formations bathed the underground realm in a light that rivaled the sun. Dwarven architecture melded seamlessly with natural rock formations, creating a city that seemed both ancient and timeless. Waterways channeled from underground rivers powered great mechanical marvels that Lyra could scarcely comprehend, while the constant rhythm of hammers on anvils formed a heartbeat for the Mountain Kingdom. In Prince Thorgan's private chambers, maps of both mountain and forest were spread across a table of polished stone. The dwarf prince's fingers, thick yet surprisingly dexterous, traced the path of the corruption as Lyra described it. "It follows the old ley lines," he muttered, his brow furrowed beneath a crown of intricate braids. "The pathways of power that connect your great oak to our deep forge." "You know of the connection between our realms?" Lyra asked, surprised. Thorgan's amber eyes met hers, filled with a weight beyond his years. "There is much history not taught to your kind. The schism between our peoples was not always so." He led her deeper into the mountain, through passages that grew increasingly narrow until they opened suddenly into a vast chamber dominated by a pool of molten rock. The heat was overwhelming, yet Thorgan approached the edge without hesitation, gazing into the churning magma with reverence. 3 months ago, our miners breached an ancient seal while searching for mithril veins," he explained, voice hollow with regret. "What lay beyond was not treasure, but a chamber older than our records, a prison for something that should have remained forgotten." Lyra felt a chill despite the oppressive heat. "What was it?" "We know not its true name. The old texts speak only of the Devourer, an entity that feeds on life's essence. that once nearly consumed both mountain and forest during the First Age. Thorgun's hands clenched into fists. My father ordered the chamber resealed, but it was too late. The corruption had already escaped, seeping into our deepest minds before finding the ancient paths to the surface and to your forest. As the implication of his words sank in, the pendant around Lyra's neck began to glow, its silvery light intensifying until it illuminated the entire chamber. Thorgun's eyes widened in recognition. "The soul stone of Elindria," he breathed. "How came you to possess it?" Before Lyra could respond, the pendant rose of its own accord, pulling free from her neck to hover between them. Within its crystalline depths, an image formed, an elven woman and a dwarven man standing hand in hand beneath the great oak, a child cradled between them. "The forbidden union," Thorgun whispered. "The princess who forsook her realm for love of a dwarven mastersmith. And their child," Lyra added, sudden understanding washing over her like a tide. "Hidden among the elves to protect the peace between our realms." The pendant's light enveloped her, and for the first time, Lyra saw her own features clearly, the slight broadness to her shoulders unusual among elven kind, the amber flecks in her emerald eyes that matched Thorgun's exactly, the unusual affinity for stone and metal that had always set her apart from her fellow guardians. "You are of both worlds," Thorgun said, wonder replacing shock. As foretold in the prophecy, when mountain and forest face common doom, only one of divided blood may seal the ancient tomb. The ritual required components from both realms, sacred water from the pool of reflection and molten metal from the deep forge. As the corruption accelerated, racing through root and rock toward the surface world, Lyra and Thorgun journeyed back to the eternal forest with a contingent of dwarven smiths carrying vessels of the sacred fire. They found the great oak nearly consumed, its massive trunk now more shadow than substance, the surrounding groves withered and grey. The elven court had evacuated to the outer reaches of the forest, but High Priestess Elindra awaited them at the pool of reflection, her expression betraying no surprise at their unlikely alliance. "The roots go deeper than any knew," she said cryptically, eyes lingering on Lyra. "Just as your lineage does, child of two realms." The ritual circle was prepared around the great oak's base, dwarven runes of binding and elven sigils of purification, interwoven in a pattern not seen since the First Age. At its center, Lyra stood with Thorgun, the soul stone floating between them. "The corruption fears your existence," Elindra explained, "for you represent what it sought to prevent, the unity of mountain and forest." As the dwarven smiths poured molten metal into channels carved around the oak, Lyra added waters from the pool of reflection. Steam hissed upward, carrying with it whispers of ancient times. The corruption within the great oak thrashed violently, sensing its imminent doom. From deep within the ground came a rumbling that shook both mountain and forest, the devourer, fighting against the ritual that would once again bind it. Tendrils of shadow erupted from the oak's trunk, lashing out at those gathered. One wrapped around Thorgun's throat, lifting him from the ground as he struggled against its grip. Without hesitation, Lyra plunged her hands into the mixture of sacred water and molten metal. A scream tearing from her throat as impossible pain shot through her body. Yet where elf or dwarf alone would have perished, her mixed heritage allowed her to channel both elements, the fire of earth and the life of forest melding within her veins. The soulstone shattered, releasing the combined essence of her ancestors. Light erupted from Lyra's form, flowing outward in waves that consumed the shadows. The corrupted tendrils withered and fell away, including the one that held Thorgan. As the dwarf prince fell to his knees, gasping for breath, the great oak shuddered one final time before the blackness receded from its bark. Slowly, impossibly, new buds appeared on its branches, not the silver green of normal leaves, but a burnished gold that caught the light like polished metal. At the same moment, deep within the Iron Mountains, miners would discover new crystal formations growing from the walls of the tainted chambers, glowing with the same silvery light as the forest's most magical glades. Lyra collapsed beside the oak, her hands no longer burned but transformed, the flesh now bearing intricate patterns that melded dwarven runes and elven sigils in a testament to her dual nature. As consciousness faded, she heard Thorgan's voice and felt the High Priestess's cool hand upon her brow. "The guardian of the roots," Elindra proclaimed, "and the bridge between realms." When Lyra awoke days later, she found herself in a chamber unlike any she had known. Walls of living wood, inlaid with veins of gleaming metal, illuminated by crystals that seemed born of both mountain and forest craft. Outside the window, elven and dwarven representatives walked side by side through groves where new saplings, offspring of the great oak, pushed through soil enriched with mountain minerals. On a table beside her bed lay two crowns, one of woven branches and silver leaves, the other of forged metal and polished gems. Between them rested a sapling in a pot of glass and stone, its tiny trunk already showing the unique patterns of both gold and silver that now marked the great oak. A new age had begun, with the guardian of the roots, daughter of two worlds, as its herald. Story 5. The crown of Luminar shattered with a sound that echoed beyond the physical realm. 7 crystalline fragments scattered across the marble floor of the celestial chamber, each shard trailing wisps of ancient magic that twisted and writhed like wounded serpents before dissipating into the air. The light that had illuminated the highest tower of Silverhold for 1,000 years flickered once, twice, and then extinguished, plunging the elven capital into an unnatural twilight. Prince Thaylen, Starweaver, heir to the Silverwood throne, felt the breaking like a physical blow. He stumbled on the forest path 2 leagues from the city, clutching his chest as ancestral magic, the birthright of all royal elves, cried out in agony within his blood. Above him, the perpetual aurora that had danced across the elven sky since the First Age began to fray at its edges, tendrils of light unraveling like a tapestry pulled by unseen hands. "The crown," he whispered, his voice barely audible even in the sudden silence of the forest. The wildlife had gone still, sensing the disturbance in the natural order. Something has happened to the crown. By nightfall, when Thalon finally reached the outer gates of Silverhold, he found chaos. The elven royal guard stood with weapons drawn, their silver armor gleaming dully in the strange half-light that now pervaded the realm. Their captain, Elowin Dawnrider, intercepted the prince before he could pass. "My lord," she said, her melodic voice taut with restraint, "you cannot enter. By order of the High Council, you are banished from Silverhold." "Banished?" Thalen's hand instinctively moved to Starfell, the enchanted blade that had been gifted to him upon reaching his 3rd century. "On what grounds?" "Treason of the highest order," came a voice from the shadows. Lord Malachar, the king's most trusted advisor, emerged with a parchment bearing the royal seal. His silver eyes, characteristic of the ancient elven bloodlines, revealed nothing of his thoughts. "The crown of Luminar lies in pieces, and witnesses place you in the celestial chamber moments before its destruction." "That's impossible," Thalon protested, though a cold dread settled in his stomach. Auditas, I've been in the Whispering Glade since dawn, communing with the ancient oaks as is my monthly duty. A convenient alibi, with no witnesses save the trees themselves. Malakar's thin lips curved into what might have been a smile on a less austere face. The evidence is overwhelming, Your Highness. The Council has spoken. You are to depart immediately for the Shadow Mountains, where you will remain in exile until summoned for formal judgment. Thaylen's gaze swept over the guards, elves he had trained with, feasted with, bled beside in defense of the realm. Their eyes now avoided his, shame mingling with uncertainty. Whatever evidence had been presented against him, it had been convincing enough to turn his most loyal supporters. I will go, he said finally, squaring his shoulders with the dignity instilled through millennia of royal breeding. But know this, I had no hand in this treachery, and I will return to prove my innocence. The Shadow Mountains earned their name not from any darkness in their nature, but from the perpetual shadow they cast upon the valley below, a reminder of the barrier they formed between the elven forests and the dwarven strongholds beyond. It was a place of neither realm, claimed by both and inhabited by neither. Thaylon had spent 3 weeks navigating its treacherous paths, surviving on foraged berries and the occasional hare snared with techniques taught to him by the royal huntmaster. His fine elven garments, designed for the perpetual spring of Silverhold, offered little protection against the mountain winds, and his royal training had never prepared him for true hardship. On the 23rd night of his exile, a snowstorm forced him to seek shelter in a cave that delved deeper into the mountain than he had anticipated. The narrow entrance widened into a vast chamber where evidence of habitation, a cold forge, tools hung with methodical precision, and a pallet of rough blankets suggested he was not alone. Trespassing is punishable by removal of the offending feet, came a gruff voice from the shadows. Though in your case, elf, I might start with those pointed ears. Thaylen whirled, Starfell halfway drawn before a hammer the size of a small anvil came to rest against his chest, its wielder materializing from a side passage as if conjured from the stone itself. The dwarf stood barely to Thaylon's shoulder, but his massive arms and barrel chest suggested strength that would make short work of the exhausted elf. I sought only shelter from the storm, Thaylen explained, slowly lowering his hand from his sword. I claim guest right by the ancient codes that govern these borderlands. The dwarf's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. Few remember those laws, especially among your kind. He lowered the hammer, though his stance remained ready. I am Grimire Ironbeard, once Master Smith of Khazad-dûr. Now it seems a hermit. Thaylen Starweaver, once Prince of Silverhold, now it seems an exile. A bark of laughter escaped the dwarf. Fate has a strange sense of humor, throwing together two outcasts from kingdoms that would sooner war than talk. He gestured toward a small fire pit. Sit. Any prince who remembers the old laws and introduces himself without a dozen flowery titles can share my fire for a night. As the storm raged outside, an unlikely conversation developed between elf and dwarf. Thaylon learned that Grimir had been exiled 5 years earlier for advocating peace with the elves after centuries of cold hostility. His mastery of metal had been legendary among his people, his creations sought by the dwarven king himself, until his political views rendered him persona non grata. The hatred between our peoples serves no one but those who profit from division, Grimir explained, stoking the fire. Yet to speak such things in the halls of Khazad-dûr is to invite accusations of betrayal. It seems we are both victims of false accusations, Thaylon replied, recounting the circumstances of his own banishment. The dwarf's expression grew thoughtful as he absorbed the tale. The crown of Luminar, he mused, even in dwarven lore, it is spoken of with reverence. Forged during the Age of Formation, when our peoples still worked in harmony before the Great Sundering. It maintained the balance of magic across the Seven Kingdoms, Thalon added. Without it, the barriers between realms will weaken. Already the aurora above Silverhold frays. Grimir stood abruptly, moving to a chest partially hidden behind a stone pillar. From it, he withdrew a scroll of ancient parchment, its edges crumbling with age. "This came to me 3 nights ago," he said, carefully unrolling the document on a table of polished stone. "A messenger eagle, bearing dwarven royal insignia, but flying from the direction of your Silverhold." The parchment contained a map of the 7 kingdoms, with 7 points marked in red ink, 1 in each realm. Beside it, runes in the ancient common tongue spelled out a riddle, 7 shards of one whole, scattered by design not chance. Seek where ancient powers dance. What was sundered by betrayal's hand may be restored by union of forest and stone. When blood of ancient enemies combines, the crown shall rise and kingdoms fall or stand as one. "I believed it nothing more than an elaborate prank," Grimir admitted. "Until you arrived with news of the crown's destruction." Thalon studied the map, recognition dawning. These locations, they're ancient sites of power, places where the veil between worlds is thin. His finger traced the route connecting them, and the pattern they form. "The seal of Asmodeus," Grimir finished grimly, naming the legendary demon lord whose attempts to conquer the mortal realms had united elves and dwarves a millennium ago. And the crown was not just broken, it was broken with purpose. Outside, the storm had subsided, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the occasional crack of settling snow. In that quiet moment, understanding passed between exile and hermit, a recognition that forces larger than their personal grievances were at work. "Whoever orchestrated this plans to weaken the barriers between realms," Thalon said, the implications settling like ice in his veins. "But if all 7 fragments are gathered with ill intent, the demon realms could once again pour into our world," Grimmer nodded. "But this riddle suggests the fragments can be reclaimed and the crown restored by dwarf and elf working in concert." A log shifted in the fire, sending sparks spiraling upward like miniature stars. In their light, Thalon saw not the gruff hermit he had first encountered, but a warrior smith of the old traditions, eyes burning with purpose renewed. "The nearest fragment," Thalon noted, pointing to the map, "appears to be in the crystal caves beneath Frost Peak. 3 days' journey," Grimir confirmed, already moving to gather supplies. "If we depart at dawn—" "We," Thalon interrupted, surprise evident in his voice. The dwarf paused, fixing the elf prince with a steady gaze. "You think you'll retrieve these fragments alone, Starweaver? With your dainty elven fingers and fancy sword?" A snort of derision. "These riddles speak of blood and stone, the union of forest and mountain. Whatever ancient magic protects these fragments, it will require both our peoples' gifts to overcome." Thalon considered the dwarf's words, weighing centuries of ingrained prejudice against the evidence before him. A dwarven exile who had risked his standing to advocate for peace, now offering aid when his own people had abandoned him. "Very well, Master Ironbeard," he said finally, extending his hand in the human manner. "It seems we are allies in this quest." Grimir's calloused palm met Thalon's slender fingers, the contrast between them a physical manifestation of the divide they sought to bridge. "Not allies," the dwarf corrected gruffly, "co-conspirators at best." Save your fancy titles for when we've restored your crown and cleared both our names." Dawn found them traversing a narrow ridge that wound toward the distant peak, their unlikely partnership already settling into a rhythm. Thylon's keen elven eyes spotted paths invisible to his companion, while Grimmer's knowledge of stone kept them from passages that would collapse under their weight. Behind them, in both mountain and forest, forces were mobilizing. Rumors of the crown's destruction had spread rapidly, with blame falling conveniently upon ancient enemies. Dwarven war drums echoed through deep halls as forges roared to life, crafting weapons for conflict. In Silverhold, elven wardens gathered beneath fraying auroras, their ancient magics readied for a battle they believed inevitable. And in shadow-cloaked chambers on both sides of the divide, a figure moved between councils, whispering words that fanned the flames of hatred. Lord Malakar, advisor to kings, keeper of secrets, and servant of powers forgotten by most, but never truly vanquished. The fate of 7 kingdoms now rested with 2 outcasts, their paths converging, like the ancient prophecy foretold, through blood and fire, stone and starlight, toward a destiny neither could have imagined in isolation. The crown of Luminar awaited its restoration, or its final destruction, at the hands of those deemed least worthy to approach it. Only time would reveal whether the union of forest and mountain would prove strong enough to overcome a millennium of division and the ancient evil that had engineered it all. Story 6. The crimson moon hung low over the jagged spires of Etheria's ruins, casting long shadows across the floating islands that drifted like spectral ships through the night sky. Ancient stones, carved with glyphs that pulsed with faint luminescence, whispered secrets of a world long forgotten. It was here, among the suspended remnants of a once magnificent civilization, that the stars began to align in a pattern unseen for 7 millennia. Erin Sombraluna crouched at the edge of a fractured terrace, her mismatched eyes, one emerald like her elven mother's, one amber like her human father's, fixed on the horizon where the celestial dance had begun. The half-elf's silver-streaked raven hair whipped around her face as the winds intensified, carrying the scent of ozone and ancient magic. "They're coming," she whispered, fingers tightening around the crystal fragment suspended from her neck. The shard pulsed in rhythm with the stars above, a piece of cosmic harmony made tangible. The twilight veil is thinning. Behind her, the stocky figure of Crag Escriba Pedra emerged from the shadows of a crumbling archway. The dwarf's elaborate braided beard was adorned with tiny crystals that clinked softly as he moved, each one containing a fragment of knowledge too dangerous to be written in his vast archives. The alignment is earlier than the scrolls predicted," he muttered, unfurling an ancient star chart etched on shimmering silver parchment. "We have perhaps 3 days before the convergence reaches its apex, not the fortnight we counted on." Erin rose in a fluid motion, the enchanted leather of her armor creaking softly. 7 empty settings lined the breastplate, one already filled with a pulsing shard that matched the one at her throat. "Then we must move quickly. The Obsidian Cabal will be advancing their plans as well." The unlikely pair had met just 27 days prior, when masked assailants had simultaneously attacked them in locations a continent apart. Erin in the twilight markets of Lunarfall, and Crag in the deep archives of Khazad-dûrn. Each had been protecting a fragment of the legendary Twilight Scepter, an artifact of such immense power that the ancients had split it into 7 pieces and scattered them across the realms. For millennia, the fragments had been guarded by chosen protectors from both races, passed down through bloodlines and sacred orders. The prophecy had always been clear. Should the scepter ever be made whole again, it would herald the end of the known world. Or so they had all believed. The camp of the Silverleaf Elves glittered like starlight caught in dew as Queen Lysiarel addressed her war council beneath the ancient grandmother oak. Her voice, though soft, carried power that made the leaves tremble. The dwarves moved their armies through the eastern tunnels. Our scouts report they carry forge fire and star metal. They mean to reforge the scepter and use its power against us. Among the gathered elven nobles, faces hardened with ancient prejudice. None questioned the Queen's assertion. Why would they? For centuries, the interpreters of the prophecy, led by the venerated Magister Delorian, had warned that one race would eventually seek the scepter's power to dominate the others. Deep within the mountain fortress of Ironheart, King Drogmir Stonebeard delivered a similar message to his thanes and battle masters. The elves gather their wild magic beneath the new moon. They seek the fragments to unleash chaos upon the ordered world. His massive fist struck the granite table, sending tremors through the hall. We cannot allow the prophecy to be fulfilled on their terms. Both rulers repeated the same ancient warning. Words passed down through generations. When stars align in the celestial crown, beware the hand that would make the scepter whole again. Neither suspected they were both reciting a lie that had been carefully crafted over centuries. Blood trickled down Erin's temple as she deflected another strike from the masked cultist. The Obsidian Cabal had ambushed them in the catacombs beneath the ancient library of Mithranar, where the third fragment was said to be hidden. "Crag!" she called out, ducking beneath a whirling blade. "Have you found it?" The dwarf's voice echoed from deeper within the chamber. "Almost! The lock mechanism is—" His words dissolved into a string of dwarven curses as something metallic clattered to the stone floor. Erin parried another attack, then thrust her moon-silver dagger into the gap between her attacker's mask and collar. The cultist fell with a gurgling cry, black robes pooling around them like spilled ink. "We don't have much time," she panted, stepping over the body. "Got it!" Crag's triumphant shout preceded a rumbling sound as an ancient mechanism shifted. Blue light flared from within the chamber, briefly illuminating the dwarf's face as he emerged holding a crystal shard that pulsed with inner starlight. Erin felt her own fragment respond, humming against her skin. 3 down, 4 to go, she murmured, helping Crag secure the new piece. As they made their way back through the winding passages, Crag's expression grew troubled. "Something isn't right about the texts I found in there," he said. The original prophecy scripts, they've been altered, subtle changes in the ancient language that shift the entire meaning." "What do you mean?" "The line about, 'Beware the hand that would make the scepter whole.' I found an older version. It doesn't say 'beware,' it says 'seek.'" He looked up at her with widening eyes. "What if we've been interpreting it backward for all these centuries? What if the scepter is meant to be reassembled?" The revelation led them to the Whisperwood, where the eldest of the druids, a being so ancient that her skin had begun to resemble tree bark, confirmed their suspicions. "The Twilight Scepter was never a weapon," she told them as they sat within her grove, where time itself seemed to move differently. "It was a key, a cosmic keystone that maintained the barriers between realms." She traced gnarled fingers over the 3 fragments they had gathered. When the ancients feared its power would be misused, they did not simply break it and hide the pieces. They fractured the barriers themselves, believing it safer to keep the realms separate. But now those barriers are failing, Erin realized, remembering the strange occurrences reported across the lands, phantasmal creatures appearing where none should exist, weather patterns defying natural law, ancient ruins like Etheria suddenly rising from beneath the earth or sea. Indeed, with each passing century, the walls between worlds grow thinner, the druid confirmed. The alignment approaches when they will collapse entirely if the scepter is not made whole again to restore them. Then why has Magister Delorian perpetuated the false interpretation? Crag demanded. He is revered among both our peoples as the wisest of interpreters. The ancient druid's eyes clouded. Delorian was once my student many lifetimes ago. His hunger for knowledge led him to texts best left unread, entities best left uncontacted. I fear what speaks through his lips now is not the young mage I once knew. The final battle came not on some grand battlefield between elves and dwarves, but in the suspended ruins of Etheria as the alignment reached its zenith. Erin and Crag, having gathered 6 fragments through trials that had forged their unlikely friendship into something unbreakable, confronted Magister Delorian at the central spire. The ancient mage stood before an eldritch altar, the final fragment gleaming in his palm. His once kind face was now a mask of serene malevolence, eyes swirling with cosmic light, not his own. You cannot stop what has been in motion for millennia, he said, his voice layered with others that echoed as if from across vast distances. The barriers were created to imprison us. With their fall, we shall return. Who is we, Delorian? Erin asked, stalling as Crag moved silently into position. What have you invited into our world? The Magister smiled, and for a moment his face seemed to shift and waver, revealing something ancient and terrible beneath the human facade. We are the primordials, the first beings to arise from cosmic chaos. Your ancestors imprisoned us beyond the veil when they feared our power. Now we return to claim what was always ours. He raised his hands, and the final fragment rose into the air. Around them, reality itself began to warp and tear, revealing glimpses of other worlds, other dimensions filled with entities of terrifying beauty and alien majesty. Erin and Crag moved as one. While the half-elf engaged Delorian with a flurry of attacks that forced him to defend, the dwarf activated the mechanism they had prepared, a containment circle based on designs found in the oldest sections of his archives. Delorian howled with rage as spectral chains erupted from the circle, binding not his physical form, but something that writhed and struggled within it. You cannot contain us. We are eternal. Perhaps, Crag grunted, straining to maintain the binding spell, but not today. Erin leapt through the distortion, snatching the final fragment. Pain seared through her as its power connected with the others she carried. For a heartbeat, she saw beyond the veil, witnessed the vast, ancient intelligences that had been manipulating events, using Delorian as their puppet to ensure the barriers fell. With the last of her strength, she brought all 7 fragments together at the center of the altar. The pieces recognized each other, flowing like liquid starlight to reform the twilight scepter. A pulse of pure creation energy erupted from the completed artifact, slamming Erin and Crag to the ground. When they could see again, Delorian lay unconscious, himself a victim. The swirling tears in reality had sealed, the barriers between worlds restored. Crag helped Erin to her feet, both of them staring in awe at the reformed scepter that now hovered above the altar, its power contained and directed toward its true purpose, not domination, but protection. We should get word to both kingdoms, Erin said quietly, before they destroy each other over a lie. Crag nodded, his expression solemn yet hopeful. Perhaps this time, with the truth revealed, we might forge more than just a scepter. As dawn broke over the floating ruins, its light caught the twilight scepter, sending rainbow fractals dancing across the ancient stones, not an ending, but a new beginning for the worlds it was created to protect.